must first allow it to flourish. If you want to take something, you must first allow it to be given. This is called the subtle perception of the way things are. The soft overcomes the hard. The slow overcomes the fast. Let your workings remain a mystery. This is called the subtle perception of the way things are. The soft overcomes the hard. The slow overcomes the fast. Let your workings remain a mystery. Just show people the results. 37. The Tao never does anything, yet through it all things are done. If powerful men and women could center themselves in it, the whole world would be transformed by itself in its natural rhythms. People would be content with their simple, everyday lives, in harmony and free of desire. When there is no desire, all things are at peace. 38. The master doesn't try to be powerful. Thus, he is truly powerful. The ordinary man keeps reaching for power. Thus, he never has enough. The master does nothing, yet he leaves nothing undone. The ordinary man is always doing things, yet many more are left to be done. The kind man does something, yet something remains undone. The just man does something, and leaves many things to be done. The moral man does something, and when no one responds, he rolls up his sleeves and uses force. When the Tao is lost, there is goodness. When goodness is lost, there is morality. When morality is lost, there is ritual. Ritual is the husk of true faith, the beginning of chaos. Therefore, the master concerns himself with the depths and not the surface, with the fruit and not the flower. He has no will of his own. He dwells in reality and lets all illusions go. 39. In harmony with the Tao, the sky is clear and spacious. The earth is solid and full. All creatures flourish together, content with the way they are, endlessly repeating themselves, endlessly renewed. When man interferes with the Tao, the sky becomes filthy, the earth becomes depleted, the equilibrium crumbles, creatures become extinct. The master views the parts with compassion because he understands the whole. His constant practice is humility. He doesn't glitter like a jewel, but lets himself be shaped by the Tao, as rugged and common as a stone. 40. Return is the movement of the Tao. Yielding is the way of the Tao. All things are born of being. Being is born of non-being. When a superior man hears of the Tao, he immediately begins to embody it. When an average man hears of the Tao, he half believes it, half doubts it. When a foolish man hears of the Tao, he laughs out loud. If he didn't laugh, it wouldn't be the Tao. Thus it is said, the path into the light seems dark. The path forward seems to go back. The direct path seems long. True power seems weak. True purity seems tarnished. True steadfastness seems changeable. True clarity seems obscure. The greatest art seems unsophisticated. The greatest love seems indifferent. The greatest wisdom seems childish. The Tao is nowhere to be found, yet it nourishes and completes all things. 42. The Tao gives birth to one. One gives birth to two. Two gives birth to three. Three gives birth to all things. All things have their backs to the female and stand facing the male. When male and female combine, all things achieve harmony. Ordinary men hate solitude, but the Master makes use of it, embracing his aloneness, realizing he is one with the whole universe. 43. The gentlest thing in the world overcomes the hardest thing in the world. That which has no substance enters where there is no space. This shows the value of non-action. Teaching without words, performing without actions. That is the Master's way. 44. Fame or integrity? Which is more important? Money or happiness? Which is more valuable? Success or failure? Which which is more destructive? If you look to others for fulfillment, you will never truly be fulfilled. If your happiness depends on money, you will never be happy with yourself. Be content with what you have. Rejoice in the way things are. When you realize there is nothing lacking, the whole world belongs to you. 45. True perfection seems imperfect, yet it is perfectly itself. True fullness seems empty, yet it is fully present. True straightness seems crooked. True wisdom seems foolish. True art seems artless. The Master allows things to happen. She shapes events as they come. She steps out of the way and lets the Tao speak for itself. 46. When a country is in harmony with the Tao, the factories make trucks and tractors. When a country goes counter to the Tao, warheads are stockpiled outside the cities. There is no greater illusion than fear, no greater wrong than preparing to defend yourself, no greater misfortune than having an enemy. Whoever can see through all fear will always be safe. 37. Without opening your door, you can open your heart to the world. Without looking out your window, you can see the essence of the Tao. The more you know, the less you understand. The Master arrives without leaving, sees the light without looking, achieves without doing a thing. 48. In the pursuit of knowledge, every day something is added. In the practice of the Tao, every day something is dropped. Less and less do you need to force things, until finally you arrive at non-action. When nothing is done, nothing is left undone. True mastery can be gained by letting things go their own way. It can't be gained by interfering. 49. The Master has no mind of her own. She works with the mind of the people. She is good to people who are good. She's also good to people who aren't good. This is true goodness. She trusts people who are trustworthy. She also trusts people who aren't trustworthy. This is true trust. The Master's mind is like space. People don't understand her. They look to her and wait. She treats them like her own children. 50. The master gives himself up to whatever the moment brings. He knows that he is going to die, and he has nothing left to hold on to. No illusions in his mind, no resistances in his body. He doesn't think about his actions. They flow from the core of his being. He holds nothing back from life. Therefore, he is ready for death, as a man is ready for sleep after a good day's work. 51. Every being in the universe is an expression of the Tao. It springs into existence, unconscious, perfect, free, takes on a physical body, lets circumstances complete it. That is why every being spontaneously honors the Tao. The Tao gives birth to all beings, nourishes them, maintains them, cares for them, comforts them, protects them, takes them back to self, creating without possessing, acting without expecting, guiding without interfering. That is why love of the Tao is in the very nature of things. 52. In the beginning was the Tao. All things issue from it. All things return to it. To find the origin, trace back the manifestations. When you recognize the children and find the mother, you will be free of sorrow. If you close your mind in judgments and traffic with desires, your heart will be troubled. If you keep your mind from judging and aren't led by the senses, your heart will find peace. Seeing into darkness is clarity. Knowing how to yield is strength. Use your own light and return to the source of light. This is called practicing eternity. 53. The great way is easy, yet people prefer the side paths. Be aware when things are out of balance. Stay centered within the Tao. When rich speculators prosper, while farmers lose their land, when government officials spend money on weapons instead of cures, when the upper class is extravagant and irresponsible, while the poor have nowhere to turn, all this is robbery and chaos. It is not in keeping with the Tao. 54. Whoever is planted in the Tao will not be rooted up. Whoever embraces the Tao will not slip away. Her name will be held in honor from generation to generation. Let the Tao be present in your life, and you will become genuine. Let it be present in your family, and your family will flourish. Let it be present in your country, and your country will be an example to all countries in the world. Let it be present in the universe, and the universe will sing. How do I know this is true? By looking inside myself. 55. He who is in harmony with the Tao is like a newborn child. Its bones are soft, its muscles are weak, but its grip is powerful. It doesn't know about the union of male and female, yet its penis can stand erect. So intense is its vital power. It can scream its head off all day, yet it never becomes hoarse. So complete is its harmony. The Master's power is like this. He lets all things come and go effortlessly, without desire. He never expects results. Thus he is never disappointed. He is never disappointed. Thus his spirit never grows old. "56. Those who know don't talk. Those who talk don't know. Close your mouth. Block off your senses. Blunt your sharpness. Untie your knots. Soften your glare. Settle your dust. This is the primal identity. Be like the Tao. It can't be approached or withdrawn from, benefited or harmed, honored or brought into disgrace. It gives itself up continually. That is why it endures. 57. If you want to be a great leader, you must learn to follow the Tao. Stop trying to control. Let go of fixed plans and concepts, and the world will govern itself. The more prohibitions you have, the less virtuous people will be. The more weapons you have, the less secure people will be. The more subsidies you have, the less self-reliant people will be. Therefore, the Master says, I let go of the law, and people become honest. I let go of economics, and people become prosperous. I let go of religion, and people become serene. I let go of all desire for the common good, and the good becomes common as grass. 58. If a country is governed with tolerance, the people are comfortable and honest. If a country is governed with repression, the people are depressed and crafty. When the will to power is in charge, the higher the ideals, the lower the results. Try to make people happy, and you lay the groundwork for misery. Try to make people moral, and you lay the groundwork for vice. Thus the master is content to serve as an example and not to impose her will. She is pointed, but doesn't pierce. Straightforward, but supple. Radiant, but easy on the eyes. 59. For governing a country well, there is nothing better than moderation. The mark of a moderate man is freedom from his own ideas. Tolerant like the sky, all-pervading like sunlight, firm like a mountain, supple like a tree in the wind. He has no destination in view, and makes use of anything life happens to bring his way. Nothing is impossible for him. Because he has let go, he can care for the people's welfare, as a mother cares for her child. 60. Governing a large country is like frying a small fish. You spoil it with too much poking. Center your country in the Tao, and evil will have no power. Not that it isn't there, but you'll be able to step out of its way. Give evil nothing to oppose, and it will disappear by itself. 61. When a country obtains great power, it becomes like the sea. All streams run downward into it. The more powerful it grows, the greater the need for humility. Humility means trusting the Tao, thus never needing to be defensive. A great nation is like a great man. When he makes a mistake, he realizes it. Having realized it, he admits it. Having admitted it, he corrects it. He considers those who point out his faults as his most benevolent teachers. He thinks of his enemy as the shadow that he himself casts. If a nation is centered in the Tao, if it nourishes its own people and doesn't meddle in the affairs of others, it will be a light to all nations in the world. 62. The Tao is the center of the universe. the good man's treasure, the bad man's refuge. Honors can be bought with fine words. Respect can be won with good deeds. But the Tao is beyond all value, and no one can achieve it. Thus, when a new leader is chosen, don't offer to help him with your wealth or your expertise. Offer instead to teach him about the Tao. Why did the ancient masters esteem the Tao? Because, being one with the Tao, when you seek, you find. And when you make a mistake, you are forgiven. That is why everybody loves it. 63. Act without doing. Work without effort. Think of the small as large, and the few as many. Confront the difficult while it is still easy. Accomplish the great task by a series of small acts. The master never reaches for the great. Thus she achieves greatness. When she runs into a difficulty, she stops and gives herself to it. She doesn't cling to her own comfort. Thus, problems are no problem for her. 64. What is rooted is easy to nourish. What is recent is easy to correct. What is brittle is easy to break. What is small is easy to scatter. Prevent trouble before it arises. Put things in order before they exist. A giant pine tree grows from a tiny sprout. The journey of 1,000 miles starts from beneath your feet. Rushing into action, you fail. Trying to grasp things, you lose them. Forcing a project to completion, you ruin what was almost ripe. Therefore, the master takes action by letting things take their course. He remains as calm at the end as at the beginning. He has nothing, thus has nothing to lose. What he desires is non-desire. What he learns is to unlearn. He simply reminds people of who they have always been. He cares about nothing but the Tao. Thus, he can care for all things. 65. The ancient masters didn't try to educate the people, but kindly taught them to not know. When they think that they know the answers, people are difficult to guide. When they know that they don't know, people can find their own way. If you want to learn how to govern, Avoid being clever or rich. The simplest pattern is the clearest. Content with an ordinary life, you can show all people the way back to their own true nature. '66. All streams flow to the sea because it is lower than they are. Humility gives it its power. If you want to govern the people, you must place yourself below them. If you want to lead the people, you must learn how to follow them. The master is above the people, and no one feels oppressed. She goes ahead of the people, and no one feels manipulated. The whole world is grateful to her, because she competes with no one. No one can compete with her. '67. Some say that my teaching is nonsense. Others call it lofty, but impractical. But to those who have looked inside themselves, this nonsense makes perfect sense. And to those who put it in practice, this loftiness has roots that go deep. I have just 3 things to teach: simplicity, patience, compassion. These 3 are your greatest treasures. Simple in actions and in thoughts, you return to the source of being. Patient with both friends and enemies, you accord with the way things are. Compassionate toward yourself, you reconcile all beings in the world. '68. The best athlete wants his opponent at his best. The best general enters the mind of his enemy. The best businessman serves the communal good. The best leader follows the will of the people. All of them embody the virtue of non-competition. Not that they don't love to compete, but they do it in the spirit of play. In this, they are like children, and in harmony with the Tao. '69. The generals have a saying: rather than make the first move, it is better to wait and see. Rather than advance an inch, it is better to retreat a yard. This is called going forward without advancing, pushing back without using weapons. There is no greater misfortune than underestimating your enemy. Underestimating your enemy means thinking that he is evil. Thus, you destroy your 3 treasures and become an enemy yourself. When 2 great forces oppose each other, the victory will go to the one that knows how to yield. 70. My teachings are easy to understand and easy to put into practice. Yet your intellect will never grasp them, and if you try to practice them, you'll fail. My teachings are older than the world. How can you grasp their meaning? If you want to know me, look inside your heart. 71. Not knowing is true knowledge. Presuming to know is disease. First realize that you are sick. Then you can move toward health. The Master is her own physician. She has healed herself of all knowing. Thus, she is truly whole. 72. When they lose their sense of awe, people turn to religion. When they no longer trust themselves, they begin to depend upon authority. Therefore, the Master steps back so that people won't be confused. He teaches without a teaching, so that people will have nothing to learn. 73. The Tao is always at ease. It overcomes without competing, answers without speaking a word, arrives without being summoned, accomplishes without a plan. Its net covers the whole universe, and though its meshes are wide, it doesn't let a thing slip through. 74. If you realize that all things change, there is nothing you will try to hold on to. If you aren't afraid of dying, there is nothing you can't achieve. Trying to control the future is like trying to take the master carpenter's place. When you handle the master carpenter's tools, chances are you'll cut your hand. 75. When taxes are too high, people go hungry. When the government is too intrusive, people lose their spirit. Act for the people's benefit. Trust them. Leave them alone. 76. Men are born soft and supple. Dead, they are stiff and hard. Plants are born tender and pliant. Dead, they are brittle and dry. Thus, whoever is stiff and inflexible is a disciple of death. Whoever is soft and yielding is a disciple of life. The hard and stiff will be broken. The soft and supple will prevail. 77. As it acts in the world, the Tao is like the bending of a bow. The top is bent downward. The bottom is bent up. It adjusts excess and deficiency so that there is perfect balance. It takes from what is too much and gives to what isn't enough. Those who try to control, who use force to protect their power, go against the direction of the Tao. They take from those who don't have enough and give to those who have far too much. The Master can keep giving because there is no end to her wealth. She acts without expectation, succeeds without taking credit, and doesn't think that she is better than anyone else. 78. Nothing in the world is as soft and yielding as water. Yet for dissolving the hard and inflexible, nothing can surpass it. The soft overcomes the hard. The gentle overcomes the rigid. Everyone knows this is true, but few can put it into practice. Therefore, the Master remains serene in the midst of sorrow. Evil cannot enter his heart, because he has given up helping. He is people's greatest help. True words seem paradoxical. 79. Failure is an opportunity. If you blame someone else, there is no end to the blame. Therefore, the Master fulfills her own obligations and corrects her own mistakes. She does what she needs to do and demands nothing of others. 80. If a country is governed wisely, its inhabitants will be content. They enjoy the labor of their hands and don't waste time inventing labor-saving machines. Since they dearly love their homes, they aren't interested in travel. There may be a few wagons and boats, but these don't go anywhere. There may be an arsenal of weapons, but nobody ever uses them. People enjoy their food, take pleasure in being with their families, spend weekends working in their gardens, delight in the doings of the neighborhood. And even though the next country is so close that people can hear its roosters crowing and its dogs barking, they are content to die of old age without ever having gone to see it. 81. True words aren't eloquent. Eloquent words aren't true. Wise men don't need to prove their point. Men who need to prove their point aren't wise. master has no possessions. The more he does for others, the happier he is. The more he gives to others, the wealthier he is. The Tao nourishes by not forcing, by not dominating. The master leads. Tao Te Ching can be translated as the Book of the Immanence of the Way, or the Book of the Way and of how it manifests itself in the world, or simply the Book of the Way. Since it is already well known by its Chinese title, I have let that stand. About Lao Tzu, its author, there's practically nothing to be said. He may have been an older contemporary of Confucius, 551 to 479 BCE, and may have held the position of archive keeper in one of the petty kingdoms of the time. But all the information that has come down to us is highly suspect. Even the meaning of his name is uncertain. The most likely interpretations, the old master, or more picturesquely, the old boy. Like an Iroquois woodsman, he left no traces. All he left us is his book, the classic manual on the art of living, written in a style of gem-like lucidity, radiant with humor and grace, and large-heartedness and deep wisdom, one of the wonders of the world. People usually think of Lao Tzu as a hermit, a dropout from society, dwelling serenely in some mountain hut, unvisited except perhaps by the occasional traveler arriving from a 60s joke to ask, "What is the meaning of life?" But it's clear from his teachings that he deeply cared about society, if society means the welfare of one's fellow human beings. His book is, among other things, a treatise on the art of government, whether of a country or of a child. The misperception may arise from his insistence on wei wu wei, literally doing, not doing, which has been seen as passivity. Nothing could be further from the truth. A good athlete can enter a state of body awareness in which the right stroke or the right movement happens by itself, effortlessly, without any interference of the conscious will. This is a paradigm for non-action, the purest and most effective form of action. The game plays the game. The poem writes the poem. We can't tell the dancer from the dance. Less and less do you need to force things, until finally you arrive at non-action. When nothing is done, nothing is left undone. Nothing is done because the doer has wholeheartedly vanished into the deed. The fuel has been completely transformed into flame. This nothing is in fact everything. It happens when we trust the intelligence of the universe in the same way that an athlete or a dancer trusts the superior intelligence of the body. Hence Lao Tzu's emphasis on softness. Softness means the opposite of rigidity and is synonymous with suppleness, adaptability, endurance. Anyone who has seen a Tai Chi or Aikido master doing not doing will know how powerful this softness is. Lao Tzu's central figure is a man or woman whose life is in perfect harmony with the way things are. This is not an idea, it is a reality. I have seen it. The master has mastered nature, not in the sense of conquering it, but of becoming it. In surrendering to the Tao, in giving up all concepts, judgments, and desires, her mind has grown naturally compassionate. She finds, deep in her own experience, the central truths of the art of living, which are paradoxical only on the surface, that the more truly solitary we are, the more compassionate we can be. The more we let go of what we love, the more present our love becomes. The clearer our insight into what is beyond good and evil, the more we can embody the good. Until finally she is able to say, in all humility, I am the Tao, the truth, the life. The teaching of the Tao Te Ching is moral in the deepest sense. Unencumbered by any concept of sin, the Master doesn't see evil as a force to resist, but simply as an opaqueness, a state of self-absorption, which is in disharmony with the universal process, so that, as with a dirty window, the light can't shine through. This freedom from moral categories allows him his great compassion for the wicked and the selfish. Thus the Master is available to all people and doesn't reject anyone. He is ready to use all situations and doesn't waste anything. This is called embodying the light. What is a good man but a bad man's teacher? What is a bad man but a good man's job? If you don't understand this, you will get lost, however intelligent you are. It is the great secret. The listener will notice that in the many passages where Lao Tzu describes the Master, I've used the pronoun she at least as often as he. The Chinese language doesn't make this kind of distinction. In English we have to choose. But since we are all potentially the Master, since the Master is, essentially, us, I felt it would be untrue to present a male archetype, as other versions have, ironically, done. Ironically, because of all the great world religions, the teaching of Lao Tzu is by far the most female. Of course, you should feel free throughout the recording to substitute he for she, or vice versa. As to method, I worked from Paul Carus's literal version, which provides English equivalents, often very quaint ones, alongside each of the Chinese ideograms. I also consulted dozens of translations into English, German, and French. But the most essential preparation for my work was a 14 years long course of Zen training, which brought me face to face with Lao Tzu and his true disciples and heirs, the early Chinese Zen masters. With great poetry, the freest translation is sometimes the most faithful. We must try its effect as an English poem, Dr. Johnson said. That is the way to judge of the merit of a translation. I have often been fairly literal, or as literal as one can be with such a subtle, kaleidoscopic book as the Tao Te Ching. But I have also paraphrased, expanded, contracted, interpreted, worked with the text, played with it, until it became embodied in a language that felt genuine to me. If I haven't always translated Lao Tzu's words, my intention has always been to translate his mind. Describing the indescribable, teaching the unteachable, pointing the way to the way. What does Lao Tzu think he is doing here? It can't be done. No way. Hence, Po Chu-yi, poet and stand-up comedian, wrote, "He who talks doesn't know, he who knows doesn't talk." That is what Lao Tzu told us in a book of 5,000 words. If he was the one who knew, how could he have been such a blabbermouth? That's the problem with spiritual teachers. They have to be blabbermouths. But their words are, in the traditional Buddhist metaphor, fingers pointing at the moon. If you watch the finger, you can't see the moon. How meticulous the great masters had to be. A monk asked Matsu, "Why do you teach mind is Buddha?" Matsu said, "To stop a baby from crying." The monk said, "When the crying has stopped, what then?" Matsu said, "Then I teach, not mind, not Buddha." The monk said, "How about someone who isn't attached to either?" Matsu said, "I would tell him, not beings." The monk said, "And what if you met a man unattached to all things? What would you tell him?" Matsu said, "I would just let him experience the great Tao." In fact, the truth is right before our eyes, right under our noses. So simple that every child understands it. And yet, as Bankei said, the farther you enter into it, the deeper it is. Where is the way to the way? What a question. Still, for complicated minds, drastic measures are needed. Lao Tzu's book was written as a response, out of grandmotherly kindness. According to the oldest biography, Lao Tzu lived for a long time in the country of Chu, but seeing its decline, he departed. When he reached the frontier, the guard said, "Since you are going away, sir, could you write a book to teach me the art of living?" Thereupon, Lao Tzu wrote his book about the Tao and departed. This is legend, but it is an accurate description of the way in which true teaching happens. He who knows doesn't talk, but words are no hindrance for him. He uses them as he would use gardening tools. When someone asks, he answers. Tao De Jing. 1. The Tao that can be told is not the eternal Tao. The name that can be named is not the eternal name. The unnameable is the eternally real. Naming is the origin of all particular things. Free from desire, you realize the mystery. Caught in desire, you see only the manifestations. Yet mystery and manifestations arise from the same source. This source is called darkness. Darkness within darkness. The gateway to all understanding. 2. When people see some things as beautiful, other things become ugly. When people see some things as good, other things become bad. Being and non-being create each other. Difficult and easy support each other. Long and short define each other. High and low depend on each other. Before and after follow each other. Therefore the master acts without doing anything and teaches without saying anything. Things arise and she lets them come. Things disappear and she lets them go. She has but doesn't possess, acts but doesn't expect. When her work is done, she forgets it. That is why it lasts forever. 3. If you overesteem great men, people become powerless. If you overvalue possessions, people begin to steal. The master leads by emptying people's minds and filling their cores, by weakening their ambition and toughening their resolve. He helps people lose everything they know, everything they desire, and creates confusion in those who think that they know. Practice not doing, and everything will fall into place. 4. The Tao is like a well, used but never used up. is like the eternal void, filled with infinite possibilities. It is hidden, but always present. I don't know who gave birth to it. It is older than God. 5. The Tao doesn't take sides. It gives birth to both good and evil. The Master doesn't take sides. She welcomes both saints and sinners. The Tao is like a bellows. It is empty, yet infinitely capable. The more you use it, the more it produces. The more you talk of it, the less you understand. Hold on to the center. 6. The Tao is called the Great Mother. Empty, yet inexhaustible, it gives birth to infinite worlds. It is always present within you. You can use it any way you want. 7. The Tao is infinite, eternal. Why is it eternal? It was never born, thus it can never die. Why is it infinite? It has no desires for itself, thus it is present for all beings. The Master stays behind, that is why she is ahead. She is detached from all things. That is why she is one with them. Because she has let go of herself, she is perfectly fulfilled. 8. The Supreme Good is like water, which nourishes all things without trying to. It is content with the low places that people disdain. Thus, it is like the Tao. In dwelling, live close to the ground. In thinking, keep to the simple. In conflict, be fair and generous. In governing, don't try to control. In work, do what you enjoy. In family life, be completely present. When you are content to be simply yourself and don't compare or compete, everybody will respect you. 9. Fill your bowl to the brim, and it will spill. Keep sharpening your knife, and it will blunt. Chase after money and security, and your heart will never unclench. Care about people's approval, and you will be their prisoner. Do your work, then step back. The only path to serenity. 10. Can you coax your mind from its wandering and keep to the original oneness? Can you let your body become supple as a newborn child's? Can you cleanse your inner vision until you see nothing but the light? Can you love people and lead them without imposing your will? Can you deal with the most vital matters by letting events take their course? Can you step back from your own mind and thus understand all things? Giving birth and nourishing, having without possessing, acting with no expectations, leading and not trying to control. This is the supreme virtue. 11. We join spokes together in a wheel, but it is the center hole that makes the wagon move. We shape clay into a pot, but it is the emptiness inside that holds whatever we want. We hammer wood for a house, but it is the inner space that makes it livable. We work with being, but non-being is what we use. 12. Colors blind the eye. Sounds deafen the ear. Flavors numb the taste. Thoughts weaken the mind. Desires wither the heart. The master observes the world, but trusts his inner vision. He allows things to come and go. His heart is open as the sky. 13. Success is as dangerous as failure. Hope is as hollow as fear. What does it mean that success is as dangerous as failure? Whether you go up the ladder or down it, your position is shaky. When you stand with your 2 feet on the ground, you will always keep your balance. What does it mean that hope is as hollow as fear? Hope and fear are both phantoms that arise from thinking of the self. When we don't see the self as self, what do we have to fear? See the world as yourself. Have faith in the way things are. Love the world as yourself. Then you can care for all things. 14. Look, and it can't be seen. Listen, and it can't be heard. Reach, and it can't be grasped. Above, it isn't bright. Below, it isn't dark. Seamless, unnameable, it returns to the realm of nothing. Form that includes all forms. Image without an image. Subtle, beyond all conception. Approach it, and there is no beginning. Follow it, and there is no end. You can't know it, but you can be it, at ease in your own life. Just realize where you come from. This is the essence of wisdom. 15. The ancient masters were profound and subtle. Their wisdom was unfathomable. There is no way to describe it. All we can describe is their appearance. They were careful as someone crossing an iced-over stream, alert as a warrior in enemy territory, courteous as a guest, fluid as melting ice, shapeable as a block of wood, receptive as a valley, clear as a glass of water. Do you have the patience to wait till your mud settles and the water is clear? Can you remain unmoving till the right action arises by itself? The master doesn't seek fulfillment. Not seeking, not expecting. She is present and can welcome all things. 16. Empty your mind of all thoughts. Let your heart be at peace. Watch the turmoil of beings, but contemplate their return. Each separate being in the universe returns to the common source. Returning to the source is serenity. If you don't realize the source, you stumble in confusion and sorrow. When you realize where you come from, you naturally become tolerant, disinterested, amused, kind-hearted as a grandmother, dignified as a king. Immersed in the wonder of the Tao, you can deal with whatever life brings you. And when death comes, you are ready. 17. When the master governs, the people are hardly aware that he exists. Next best is a leader who is loved. Next, one who is feared. The worst is one who is despised. If you don't trust the people, you make them untrustworthy. The master doesn't talk, he acts. When his work is done, the people say, "Amazing, we did it, all by ourselves." 18. When the great Tao is forgotten, goodness and piety appear. When the body's intelligence declines, cleverness and knowledge step forth. When there is no peace in the family, filial piety begins. When the country falls into chaos, patriotism is born. 19. Throw away holiness and wisdom, and people will be 100 times happier. Throw away morality and justice, and people will do the right thing. Throw away industry and profit, and there won't be any thieves. If these three aren't enough, just stay at the center of the circle and let all things take their course. 20. Stop thinking and end your problems. What difference between yes and no? What difference between success and failure? Must you value what others value, avoid what others avoid? How ridiculous. Other people are excited, as though they were at a parade. I alone don't care. I alone am expressionless, like an infant before it can smile. Other people have what they need. I alone possess nothing. I alone drift about like someone without a home. I am like an idiot, my mind is so empty. Other people are bright. I alone am dark. Other people are sharp. I alone am dull. Other people have a purpose. I alone don't know. I drift like a wave on the ocean. I blow as aimless as the wind. I am different from ordinary people. I drink from the Great Mother's breasts. 21. The Master keeps her mind always at one with the Tao. That is what gives her her radiance. The Tao is ungraspable. How can her mind be at one with it? Because she doesn't cling to ideas. The Tao is dark and unfathomable. How can it make her radiant? Because she lets it. Since before time and space were, the Tao is. It is beyond is and is not. How do I know this is true? I look inside myself and see. 22. If you want to become whole, let yourself be partial. If you want to become straight, let yourself be crooked. If you want to become full, let yourself be empty. If you want to be reborn, let yourself die. If you want to be given everything, give everything up. The Master, by residing in the Tao, sets an example for all beings. Because he doesn't display himself, people can see his light. Because he has nothing to prove, people can trust his words. Because he doesn't know who he is, people recognize themselves in him. Because he has no goal in mind, Everything he does succeeds. When the ancient masters said, if you want to be given everything, give everything up, they weren't using empty phrases. Only in being lived by the Tao can you be truly yourself. '23. Express yourself completely, then keep quiet. Be like the forces of nature. When it blows, there is only wind. When it rains, there is only rain. When the clouds pass, the sun shines through. If you open yourself to the Tao, you are at one with the Tao, and you can embody it completely. If you open yourself to insight, you are at one with insight, and you can use it completely. If you open yourself to loss, you are at one with loss, and you can accept it completely. Open yourself to the Tao, then trust your natural responses, and everything will fall into place. 24. He who stands on tiptoe doesn't stand firm. He who rushes ahead doesn't go far. He who tries to shine dims his own light. He who defines himself can't know who he really is. He who has power over others can't empower himself. He who clings to his work will create nothing that endures. If you want to accord with the Tao, just do your job, then let go. 25. There was something formless and perfect before the universe was born. It is serene, empty, solitary, unchanging, infinite, eternally present. It is the mother of the universe. For lack of a better name, I call it the Tao. It flows through all things, inside and outside, and returns to the origin of all things. The Tao is great. The universe is great. Earth is great. Man is great. These are the four great powers. Man follows the earth. Earth follows the universe. The universe follows the Tao. The Tao follows only itself. 26. The heavy is the root of the light. The unmoved is the source of all movement. Thus the master travels all day without leaving home. However splendid the views, she stays serenely in herself. Why should the lord of the country flit about like a fool? If you let yourself be blown to and fro, you lose touch with your root. If you let restlessness move you, you lose touch with who you are. "27. A good traveler has no fixed plans and is not intent upon arriving. A good artist lets his intuition lead him wherever it wants. A good scientist has freed himself of concepts and keeps his mind open to what is. Thus the master is available to all people and doesn't reject anyone. He is ready to use all situations and doesn't waste anything. This is called embodying the light. What is a good man but a bad man's teacher? What is a bad man but a good man's job? If you don't understand this, you will get lost, however intelligent you are. It is the great secret. 28. Know the male, yet keep to the female. Receive the world in your arms. If you receive the world, the Tao will never leave you, and you will be like a little child. Know the white, yet keep to the black. Be a pattern for the world. If you are a pattern for the world, the Tao will be strong inside you, and there will be nothing you can't do. Know the personal, yet keep to the impersonal. Accept the world as it is. If you accept the world, the Tao will be luminous inside you, and you will return to your primal self. The world is formed from the void, like utensils from a block of wood. The master knows the utensils, yet keeps to the block. Thus she can use all things. 29. Do you want to improve the world? I don't think it can be done. The world is sacred. It can't be improved. If you tamper with it, you'll ruin it. If you treat it like an object, you'll lose it. There's a time for being ahead, a time for being behind, a time for being in motion, a time for being at rest, a time for being vigorous, a time for being exhausted, a time for being safe, a time for being in danger. The Master sees things as they are, without trying to control them. She lets them go their own way and resides at the center of the circle. 30. Whoever relies on the Tao in governing men doesn't try to force issues or defeat enemies by force of arms. For every force, there is a counterforce. Violence, even well-intentioned, always rebounds upon oneself. The Master does his job and then stops. He understands that the universe is forever out of control, and that trying to dominate events goes against the current of the Tao. Because he believes in himself, he doesn't try to convince others. Because he is content with himself, he doesn't need others' approval. Because he accepts himself, the whole world accepts him. 31. Weapons are the tools of violence. All decent men detest them. Weapons are the tools of fear. A decent man will avoid them, except in the direst necessity, and if compelled, will use them only with the utmost restraint. Peace is his highest value. If the peace has been shattered, how can he be content? His enemies are not demons, but human beings like himself. He doesn't wish them personal harm, nor does he rejoice in victory. How could he rejoice in victory and delight in the slaughter of men? He enters a battle gravely, with sorrow, and with great compassion, as if he were attending a funeral. 32. The Tao can't be perceived. Smaller than an electron, it contains uncountable galaxies. If powerful men and women could remain centered in the Tao, all things would be in harmony. The world would become a paradise. All people would be at peace, and the law would be written in their hearts. When you have names and forms, know that they are provisional. When you have institutions, know where their functions should end. Knowing when to stop, you can avoid any danger. All things end in the Tao, as rivers flow into the sea. 33. Knowing others is intelligence. Knowing yourself is true wisdom. Mastering others is strength. Do you have the patience to wait till your mud settles and the water is clear? Can you remain unmoving till the right action arises by itself? The Master doesn't seek fulfillment. Not seeking, not expecting. She is present and can welcome all things. 16. Empty your mind of all thoughts. Let your heart be at peace. Watch the turmoil of beings, but contemplate their return. Each separate being in the universe returns to the common source. Returning to the source is serenity. If you don't realize the source, you stumble in confusion and sorrow. When you realize where you come from, you naturally become tolerant, disinterested, amused, kind-hearted as a grandmother, dignified as a king. Immersed in the wonder of the Tao, you can deal with whatever life brings you. And when death comes, you are ready. 17. When the Master governs, the people are hardly aware that he exists. Next best is a leader who is loved. Next, one who is feared. The worst is one who is despised. If you don't trust the people, you make them untrustworthy. The Master doesn't talk, he acts. When his work is done, the people say, "Amazing, we did it, all by ourselves." 18. When the great Tao is forgotten, goodness and piety appear. When the body's intelligence declines, cleverness and knowledge step forth. When there is no peace in the family, filial piety begins. When the country falls into chaos, patriotism is born. 19. Throw away holiness and wisdom, and people will be 100 times happier. Throw away morality and justice, and people will do the right thing. Throw away industry and profit, and there won't be any thieves. If these three aren't enough, just stay at the center of the circle and let all things take their course. 20. Stop thinking and end your problems. What difference between yes and no? What difference between success and failure? Must you value what others value, avoid what others avoid? How ridiculous. Other people are excited, as though they were at a parade. I alone don't care. I alone am expressionless, like an infant before it can smile. Other people have what they need. I alone possess nothing. I alone drift about like someone without a home. I am like an idiot, my mind is so empty. Other people are bright. I alone am dark. Other people are sharp. I alone am dull. Other people have a purpose. I alone don't know. I drift like a wave on the ocean. I blow as aimless as the wind. I am different from ordinary people. I drink from the Great Mother's breasts. 21. The Master keeps her mind always at one with the Tao. That is what gives her her radiance. The Tao is ungraspable. How can her mind be at one with it? Because she doesn't cling to ideas. The Tao is dark and unfathomable. How can it make her radiant? Because she lets it. Since before time and space were, the Tao is. It is beyond is and is not. How do I know this is true? I look inside myself and see. 22. If you want to become whole, let yourself be partial. If you want to become straight, let yourself be crooked. If you want to become full, let yourself be empty. If you want to be reborn, let yourself die. If you want to be given everything, give everything up. The Master, by residing in the Tao, sets an example for all beings. Because he doesn't display himself, people can see his light. Because he has nothing to prove, people can trust his words. Because he doesn't know who he is, people recognize themselves in him. Because he has no goal in mind, everything he does succeeds. When the ancient masters said, if you want to be given everything, give everything up, they weren't using empty phrases. Only in being lived by the Tao can you be truly yourself. '23. Express yourself completely, then keep quiet. Be like the forces of nature. When it blows, there is only wind. When it rains, there is only rain. When the clouds pass, the sun shines through. If you open yourself to the Tao, You are at one with the Tao, and you can embody it completely. If you open yourself to insight, you are at one with insight, and you can use it completely. If you open yourself to loss, you are at one with loss, and you can accept it completely. Open yourself to the Tao, then trust your natural responses, and everything will fall into place. 24.
People.
I'm not worried about slavery. I'm assuming slavery is fine. That's fine, no problem. But I'm saying if they specifically black people, yeah, I am. So in the day, into slavery is finished. Okay, let's say you go somewhere and like you go to a gas station and they won't let anybody use them or anything like that. So if you say, okay, out of you're acting like the nicest way because you all really don't care for black people. If I can't use that in the Quran or the Hadith or anything to make my case or modify their behavior, then what function does it serve if I can't use it in that specific and limited case? Never mind the logic. Never the internal logic. I'm saying that if you want to use this to get from here to there, and you can't use it, you can't get people to modify their behavior, then, what value is the tool?
That's actually the point of it. That it modifies. It doesn't modify. It actually it gives you the best objective morality that you should have for other people. And I think in the hadith it says there is no difference between Arab from non-white from black, white from black except for right. Righteous is actually more like better human being in the eyes of God. Whoever is more moral, whoever is more righteous is better in the eyes of God. So you can actually take that as if it's the case.
Okay, this is all over the place, though, Lee.
But you can say that on paper. It's all over the place. But I mean, because this is a serious practical question. I asked with my Chavrusa last night or 2 nights ago, about like a specific topic. So I thought I'll repurpose it in a room about Islam. So if it says that in the Quran and you can like show exactly where it is, you can look it up. And if everybody ignores it, then do you have a law? Do you have a practical tool? A lot of things can make sense in like a very logical sense. But if you're trying to get people to modify their behavior, maybe not. And so then if that's the case, what practical function does it serve if behavioral modification is supposed to be the end goal?
I mean, you're using big words, man. I don't understand how. Can you simplify? Dump it down.
If the goal is to change your behavior in a way and make a nice person, okay, and you meet like these not so friendly Arabs and who really don't like black people, and you say, I tell you where it says in the Quran and the Hadith that you should not be this way, and they don't want, then what good does it serve if you cannot get people out of their behavior? It's nice to talk about the perfect behavior and what it should be, but if you don't wake up to that in the world every day, how do you get there with that?
Establish the Sharia, like an Islamic state, Islamic caliphate with the Sharia.
Mod, real quick, 1 second, mod thing. This is what we just saw.
Let's move forward amicably. Okay, well, check this out, though. First of all, you're throwing too many big words at me. Okay, now, if I don't understand them, I'm going to take them as disrespect. Now, and help me with the saying.
Don't they have Sharia in Saudi Arabia? And you read about all of these East African maids that go there and end up getting killed or mistreated in some way. But they do have Sharia. True. Right. So
they don't have Sharia there. Which Arabic country that has Sharia?
Saudi. I'm talking about Saudi. That's where people get in the hot water. But they also
what the fuck? Saudi has the Sharia, bro. Is like I have hookers there. Like, what are you talking about? They have made a mockumentary.
This point, no.
They have made a mockumentary of the Kaaba, right?
Yeah.
They are like the leaders are fucking kuffar there, bro. Mohammed bin Salman is a kafir. He mocks the Kaaba.
Yeah, they all.
Which is a sacred place of God. Allah said that this is the house of God, which we direct ourselves to it so we can worship God. So no, there is no country that applies Sharia law, not even Afghanistan.
Okay, that's a no true Scotsman. Let's see.
Yeah, no true Scotsman.
What?
Yeah, that's a no true Scotsman.
I'm talking to late, I'm sorry, Zachary. Can you hold your, calm your tits a little bit?
That's what he said. No true Scotsman. He took the words right out of my mouth. So, okay, if Sharia does not exist anywhere, okay, then let's point back to the question. Then it would be
and even
if it did exist.
Even if the Sharia exists, hold on, let me grant you that the other countries have but not Saudi, right? Other countries are applying the Sharia law, but their leaders and the people in this country are not abiding or fully applying the Sharia law. Then is it something like who should be ruled, God or the people?
Well, I'm not trying to solve the issue of responsibility. I'm saying that if
I'm asking you, right? I'm asking you that if it says in our books, in our reports, in our hadith, in the Quran, do not be fucking racist. But you see people thinking or claiming they're applying the Sharia law and they're being racist, right? Is that an issue of God or is it an issue of the people? It's not that hard of a question, man. Of course it's the people, because the people are imperfect. God is perfect. God has given you the best morality ever. If you're not do you think, hold on a second, do you think I'm a saint or something? Do you think I'm a Muslim human being? I'm a sinner. Okay, I was just literally talking about tight pussies, or just 2 minutes of forgive me. But I'm saying that, not all Muslims are right. Islam is perfect. Muslims are not.
So, who asked you, as a well-known degenerate 5-foot terrorist, to defend Islam on the stage, if you know that you yourself are a scumbag, as you just admit?
I'm sorry, did you say something? Did you say something? Who I heard someone speaking.
You guys are cute. We should go back to the argument. You guys are really cute, by the way, both of you.
You know what's crazy?
Oh, me and son.
Doctor, I think you and him have more in common. Trust me.
Yeah, and her are terrorists.
Alright, so I want to move on to something. So this is my favorite.
Sam, do you think I'm a terrorist?
No.
Oh, brother.
Thank you. I'm actually wearing the American flag, so technically.
No, stop. Shut up for a second.
Yeah, Jesus. Alright, so here's my question for any Muslims in the room. There are 10,000 religions worldwide. So, when before you just get born into the world, you're trying to decide which religion to pick. You gotta go, okay, thousands. So you probably shouldn't put that high of a probability on Islam just before you know anything, because you're just kind of at random. You're just thinking, oh, could have been this one, could have been that one, could have been this one. You shouldn't assign too high of a probability to Islam. Now, if you do it by population, it's still going to be 1 in 4. Again, it's still going to be a low probability starting out with. But then you have to look at the fact that Islam makes thousands of distinct claims about Muhammad said this happened on this day, this other thing happened on this other day. Now, if I told Corey, if I said, hey, bro, I went to the mall, and then I saw this, and I give you a really, really long story, it's probably there's going to be something, an error somewhere. So, yeah, it starts off with this problem. There's 10,000 religions, and that there's all these claims it's making. You go, okay, fine. It starts off with low probability, but let's just take a look at this book. Let's crack it open and see how good it is. And then it says that stars are lamps to pelt devils, that mountains are stabilizers, that Jews think Ezra is the son of God, that we should cut off people's feet sometimes, that Muhammad gets more wives than everyone else, that you shouldn't go, that everyone should, for all time should know that you shouldn't go early to Muhammad's house for dinner, and you shouldn't marry his wives after he dies. That abrogation exists because for some reason God changes his mind in the 20 years of Muhammad's life, but doesn't change his mind in the 1,000 years afterwards. That Gog and Magog are hiding somewhere between some mountains that we just happen to find. Once you look at all that stuff, you go, oh, well, that doesn't, that's the low probability that it started with. Like, it already was low probability, and then all this silliness just doesn't, it makes it less probable, not more probable. And that's why you shouldn't be a Muslim, guys. This is like, in a nutshell, why you should not believe in Islam.
Like when
that
you
was awesome. That's great, man.
When you ask these kinds of questions, people like, when you ask these kinds of questions, people like Sun will, mute herself like a good girl. But I happily answered all of these claims before, and all of them are like pretty bad actually. Some you can do better than that actually. I can give you some.
Did you see Mufti's comment in the chat? I love it. You know more than most Muslims, Sam. It's great.
One of my favorite things to do is just when I go to a party, I find out the thing that they are interested in. Like, suppose they're interested in, like, I don't know, whatever their topic is, or their history buff. I like to talk to people about the things they're interested in. I don't even have to find the thing that the other person's into. So, with the Muslims, I'm just trying to learn about your stuff so I can talk about what you're interested into. And then maybe one day you'll want to learn about what I'm interested into. You'll learn about some dinosaurs and shit. And you can, like, figure out my shit.
Let's talk about dinosaurs.
Dinosaurs are in the Quran. You didn't know? You didn't know? Dinosaurs are in the Quran.
I thought it was dragons. Or is that the Bible? I don't know. It's like, it's all... Hey, do you think that these things will survive much longer without indoctrination?
I think that...
Because people have to have it in their brain as kids, for the most part. But it's easier to convince them, like, maybe
I think that these things will not survive.
Their traditions and family. It's much harder for them to...
I don't think these things will survive intelligence increases. So if we, like, use genetic engineering to make ourselves, like, 3 times as smart. Like, in the same way that, like, you have to be kind of a dumbass to be a flat earther. Like, they're reasonable people disagree on, like, some other things. They're going to be, when everyone gets much smarter, there will be other things for which there's just no reasonable disagreement. And I think a lot of, like, literalist forms of religion will be in that camp. At a certain level of intelligence, you just cannot believe it. You have to either become a mystic or a non-literalist or something like that, because the literalist stuff is just
it's too bad. Yeah, you would probably have to just become like, I can see maybe like Sufis can go around, but Sufis are gonna admit to certain things. Sufis are specific like stuff. But yeah, like for the most part, unless you just appeal to like, Allah, like you would just have to have a different perception of all that stuff. But dogmatism and all that, I don't see it surviving. This shit's protected to passion for the most part.
Is the Jew guy still here? I wanted to ask him about the angel of the... Not you, Sam.
You're talking some other Jew guy? You're talking about your Jew guy with some other Jew? You found some other Jew?
Like, that made me walk.
Fuck! I thought I was your Jew!
I think I'll stand if you don't mind.
You are my Jew, Sam. Yeah, I'm looking for other Jews. Don't worry, I'm not gonna find it all over the place. I just wanted to ask him about Ezra being the son of God. Because I don't know, for some reason, you keep bringing that up every single...
Because whenever the Muslims say, oh yeah, Jews do think it, you always talk
story about like Malachi is actually Ezra, or that like Ezra is actually some other guy, and then that like if anything, it's a very fringe view. And in the verse right next to it, it says Christians think Jesus is the Son of God, and Jews think X. Like, why would you go from all Christians to like a weird subset of Judaism? Like, that's a weird comparison class. Like, if I said, you know, Muslims think Muhammad is a prophet, and then also there's one Jew named Bob. Like, it's like a weird like switch up reference class. So, like,
the claim is, like, your claim is there is no historical attestation of that Jews ever called Ezra is the son of God, or Uzair is the son of God, right? So no, there is a historical attestation from Jews saying that Uzair, or helper of God, is the son of God, that he believed him. Let me tell you many times before it's recorded. But yeah, I understand why it's confusing. It was confusing for me. I didn't know who was Isaiah. I didn't know what Messiah. Or the Jews, so the Christians say that Jesus is the Son of God. But Isaiah was kind of, I had to dig deep into it to understand what it actually means. So I found I love you, sir.
one day you'll be saved, Noah. The light of reason, you know, you're gonna find Richard Dawkins again. Sam, you think he cares about reason? He's gonna revert back to atheism.
Richard Dawkins?
Wait, he went to atheism? You lost your dogs. You know what I mean? You're gonna find him again, and you're gonna just be like, wow, this is so beautiful. Because right now you converted to Islam, but you're gonna revert back to atheism, you know?
But like Charles Dawkins, man, come on.
Sam.
Come on, Sam.
Hey, I'm gonna use that, Sam. I'll give you credit, okay, sir?
Like, let me ask you a question, Sam. Like, this is like a very genuine question, right? Now, why is it that in the Bible and in the Quran, there's like no mention of people completely evil in God? Like, you can see only God condemns in the Old Testament and in the Quran, because I don't take the New Testament as like, you know, a source of anything at all. But like in the Old Testament and the Quran, both of them, God is talking about those who, you know, who disbelieved in God in some certain way, and like associating partners with God, taking the golden calf as God. Many times throughout the Quran, God condemns those who have taken, like the idol worshippers, the pagans, and believers of God, but believers in their own God, you know? But why there is no mention of complete atheism, that God does not exist? What do you think, like, if you read the Bible and the Quran, why do you think that's the...
Wait, what's your question? Are you asking me why I don't... Sorry, I was half spaced out. Are you asking me why I don't promote atheism just directly?
No. Why is it not mentioned in any of the ancient religious texts that we have, like the Old Testament or the Quran?
They don't mention atheists?
Yeah, they don't mention atheists.
Yes, no one was an atheist back then.
Why is that? Why is that the case?
Well, people are superstitious, and it's very intuitive. If you don't understand natural selection, it's very intuitive to think, well, where the fuck did all these people come from? Like, what the fuck? Like, that would just... If I was a guy as a caveman, I would definitely not think that I just popped into existence randomly. Like, I would be like, what the fuck? That's dumb. But once Darwin comes along, it gives you a good explanation for, you know, humans come from gorillas come from monkeys come from prosimians, they come from squirrel-like things, they come from reptiles, frogs, fish, and it kind of gives a more plausible account of why we're here and where it came from.
All right. I don't listen, let me grant you that. I don't believe in that, but let me grant you that. Again, their question remains. It's, you know, even if you were to believe in some sort of natural selection or evolution theory, I would still be believing in God. Without religions, I would still be actually a believer of God. Like there is a first mover, necessary being, the one that everything is contingent upon him, right?
Well, why does that first move to be like a mind? Why can't it be like a principle or like a mathematical equation or like
whatever it is? Listen, whatever it is, but it has to be a first mover.
That doesn't make it God. Yeah,
bro, like call it whatever. It has to be a first mover. But some atheists, they say, well, there's the existence of a necessary being is impossible, right? No one had never thought that before.
No, and
why?
Oh my god.
Yo, if y'all, shit. It's just like y'all don't hear what atheists say. It's so weird. So atheists can also concede to being the first necessary being. They just call it nature.
Sam, did you agree with him?
So there is a necessary being in the beginning, right?
Oh no, let her go.
Can you
okay, so but like I heard that some Marxists and some people who adopted communism, they have a complete disbelief in God or necessary being or a first mover or anything like that. Why is that the case? Like, why is that not mentioned in the earliest attestations of like religions that we have? Even ancient Egyptians, they used to believe in some sort of...
It's like Sam said, a lot of people believed in God.
Even if evolution theory is to be true, Buster, I would still believe in God.
I believe in God back then.
I'm not going to shut up. Yeah, because I'm talking to Sam.
They just wouldn't have mentioned the atheists. Probably would have been like a few atheists just here and there, like sprinkled around. Like,
yeah, but
they wouldn't even have said that they were atheists. They probably would have said that they were theists, but they wouldn't have been theists because they probably would have been killed if they weren't.
How stupid can a person be, Mike?
So, actually, the first one who ever to come up with the idea that God does not exist, it was I think Plato. I don't know. I think Plato. But the weird thing is that there's mention to these kind of ideologies before. Like it's not even there.
Who cares?
No, I care. Wait, because if
atheism was around,
no. That means that the
there. It just cares.
Wait, you don't think there were people who didn't believe in God?
If atheism, hold on.
Yeah,
if atheism, hold on a second, sir. You don't have to come off the microphone every time I talk, right?
The first atheist come into existence. What kind of stupid shit is this?
That's not even my argument. Oh my god, you're so stupid. You're like a concubine.
Illiterate.
You're a concubine. Shut up.
What you're saying.
So,
nobody understands.
Okay, concubine, shut up. Now, what I'm saying is I care about...
Hey, you can't be talking like that for that shit. Wow.
God intervened and muted him anyways. It was great.
I don't know why. Ain't it crazy how these niggas talking? They believe
you are a concubine. A concubine.
They use that shit just to kill. Like, shit crazy, bro.
Yeah. No, I'm gonna treat you like Muhammad treated every other cops.
You know what?
Did you believe that there were no atheists back then?
Oh, I think it was just
That's what I thought you said.
I think it was much rarer.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. It would have been rare.
Well, I think that back then, as was revealed, religions were political ideologies. So, do you think that people all really believed that idols were gods? Or were those just most likely their political ideologies amongst the Quraysh tribe? That's more likely what it...
I think both happened.
Doc, I'm leaving this room right now. Feel free to listen if you want.
Ancient Greece,
but I can't have a convo right now because I got a hot bath water. But I'll be back in like
the lay people believed in Zeus and stuff like that, and then the educated people, they either didn't believe, or they made them allegories for like, you know, philosophical principle. They thought that like Zeus represented like this thing, and the Athena, and then
masculinity or something, and like
and
like this and that.
And then other times they would believe in like there's just one God that's everything, and some of them believed that there are gods, they don't interact with the world. So there was kind of a like the common people all kind of believed in Zeus and shit, but the educated people, there was kind of more of a diversity of how they thought about religious stuff. And that's probably kind of always how
Hey Sam, have you looked into the evolution of religion, bro?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Like from the studies of evolution of history, I mean, I follow a few like historians from Africa, of course, but there were different people who had different like forms of epistemic claims, phenomenological views, right? So like a lot of people would say these gods were literal. Some people would use those concepts of animist thinking, and then it would be like, okay, well, it's just in nature. So it'd kind of be similar to like a transcendental philosophy. So are you familiar with what's the name? Ralph Waldo Emerson?
Yeah.
Yeah. So he believes God was in everything.
Yeah.
Yeah. So and God just represented a metaphor for love. So they didn't actually believe that there was actual being outside of them. They just believed that essentially everything was created. It's just a manifestation of it. So it's just different views on it. So there were atheists. There were people who literally said God outside of us is crazy. I think many people actually thought like that. Like you trying to convince people of a monotheistic God back then was crazy.
There's two kinds of skepticism this is not anything academic, this is just from personal experience. There's the skeptics of religion that come from it from like science and philosophy, and then there's just a general sort of cynicism that can come from anywhere. So like I remember talking to this like construction worker. He was not a very educated man, but he was like, think I'm gonna just give money to some damn priest and shit off, gonna take my fucking money, this fucking fancy pants, drive around in this fancy car, like very much like a cynical attitude towards like human nature and stuff like that, which is like another way that people can be skeptical towards religion, like not from a philosophical perspective, but like more of just a cynicism about human nature. And I'm sure that existed also in the past.
Yeah, Sam, why is it the case though?
Why is what the case?
Why is it the case that atheism, if it was the default, why wasn't mentioned in the early text and in early ancient religious texts?
Well, I mean, there are Hindu sects of Hinduism that are atheistic. The Greeks called these people, like Epicurus was basically an atheist, and the Jews would call atheist Epicuroses after this Greek philosopher. His name became a stand-in for an atheist. So it's not that they weren't unheard of. It was just kind of rare.
Yeah, let's.
Why was it rare? Why was it rare though?
No, it wasn't.
Like, do you think if it was like actually common sense, right? Like the writers of like the Old Testament and whoever authored the Quran, they wouldn't think it's irrelevant. Would think it's relevant. Shut up, dog. So okay. Right now, it's relevant to actually mention that in its religious texts, condemning those people.
Your dog doesn't have a name?
No, he doesn't have a name because he's a street dog. He's gonna butt your ass.
This is why Muhammad said kill the dogs. You know what I mean? Like
the black dogs.
Oh my god, guys!
If there's a black dog, you gotta kill it. You know?
No,
right. Why you didn't answer my question, Sam? I'm asking you.
Can I?
No, thank you. I want Sam to answer that question.
I'll answer your question. So, it's very commonsensical to think that complicated things are built by other complicated things, because every complicated thing you've seen, like a washing machine or a fucking sprinkler system, was built by man. So you see a human and it's complicated, it's very intuitive to think, oh, that was probably built by a complicated thing. The idea that it came from like a bottom-up process, there's like these like, you know, natural selection is kind of an abstract, its own time for us to figure that one out. So it's kind of not intuitive. But it is the default that like, in the sense that you don't come into this world believing in any particular God. That's why there's such a diversity of religions, because the idea comes up naturally to people that there's something that made them, but what is its nature? Is very, very, there's much diversity on that one.
Yes, okay, we are on the same page, right? But like, even if you're to believe in evolution, even if evolution is to be true, that doesn't disprove God in its concept, right? And that's like, in my opinion, and I think that's like a historical opinions, right? Like, there's even debated arguments that suggest that Darwin was like a believer or non-believer. But like, what I'm saying is, like, why atheism flourished at the how can I say it, the rising of communism in Russia and Europe, parts of Europe and all of that. Like, why was it like adopted? Why wasn't it the default thing that people used to think? And why was it so irrelevant for the authors of the religious text to mention something like that, condemning those people for not believing or disbelieving in God completely? They may have the concept of God, like the ancient Egyptians used to think that dogs and cats actually were gods. They may think that rats or whatever, like, reincarnated thing is like whatever Hindu shit believe in, right? At least they had that concept. Like, we didn't come from nothing. Like, we are in someone's creation, right?
Noah, you're a bit hubris. One thing I wish you to consider. Sam touched on how people, poetry influenced a lot of thoughts, but like Stoicism is something that was taught before these new doctrines like Christ doctrine and the doctrine of Muhammad. And I say this respectfully. These noble lies, when you get into what some of this philosophy these new doctrines were. And I'm going to give you a glimpse of, like, it wasn't really popular. They would exile these people. Thank goodness we're rediscovering it now. And people are asking these questions. Because certain things get propagated. Just, again, noble lies. Maybe even it was a good thing, but I'm going to land my plane with, like, what I'm saying, I could teach it from the Bible, albeit the New Testament. And I'm going to read it from the Good News translations. It's only about 3 or 4 verses.
No, Tamario, no.
No, just real quick. This is Acts 17. I'm going to start at verse 16. I mean, because he doesn't understand the concept of what noble is. So Acts 17, starting at verse 16. While Paul waited in Athens for Silas and Timothy, he was greatly upset when he noticed how full of idols the city was. So he held discussion in the synagogue with the Jews and with the Gentiles who worship God, and also in the public square every day with the people who happened to come by. The public square, this is where Zeno had like this Stoic school, the Stoa Apocalypse. It was out in the Agora, the marketplace. Let's keep reading though. Certain Epicurean and Stoic teachers, somebody like a Zeno or a Musanius, like these people and this is what doctrines come up for Christ. Or the Stoics were teaching Socrates as an example, just man. Or, certain Epicurean and Stoic teachers also debated with him. Some of them asked, what is this ignorant show-off trying to say? These are learned men, so they're criticizing Paul. He seemed to be talking about foreign gods. They said this because he was preaching about Jesus and the resurrection. So what is happening is prominent people like Constantine, his wife, for the reason they took a liking to Christianity. This influenced him to legalize it. we're gonna give the Western world this.
El Normo, welcome. I forgot about this room title, but Sam was making fun of, not making fun of, but just, you know.
Muslims. I was watching videos. I forgot that I was in there. Is that Lincoln Park?
No, that's Springfield. That's where Lincoln's buried at his tomb.
Wow.
Have you ever heard of that
Looks
place?
like a big Jew. No.
Well,
Who's that with you?
that's my mom.
That's what I thought. Attractive woman.
Yeah, she said she's not doing Botox until men stop saying they want to F her.
Tell her what I said.
I will. She's gorgeous.
All right. She's gorgeous.
Yeah, she's
like butter.
yeah, she's consistently gone to the gym her whole life, and she flew in to go to Springfield with me to submit the petitions.
Fantastic. Flew in from where? Where's she, California?
No, Albuquerque, New Mexico.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, my grandmother lives out there. My grandmother just turned 100.
I've been there.
It's, you know,
I like it there.
it's peaceful. It's simple. It's got everything you need.
Different.
Different. Mountain, dry weather, you know, beautiful walks. I don't know. It's very peaceful to me. I like the smell or the dryness of it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I like the desert. Oh, man. Well, it's good to see you. Good to hear. You were very funny the other night. I know you enjoy it in the black room. Could you see Theo Sophonis feeding me he was pitching right to me. You know, he was setting me up and I was knocking it out, you know. Did you see that?
What was he saying?
He was making a profoundly conservative point about the government. Okay, about a lot of stuff. I think he's a friendly for sure.
Well,
but he can't be open about it.
It is a very sick world we live in. I was watching some video, and you know, Tucker Carlson and Nick Fuentes and Candace Owens, and then at the end of it, it said, "Shut your fucking mouth, you Jew." You know, like.
Who said that?
At the end of some video I saw on X, meaning that like they're embedding hate, you know, at very subtle moments, maybe at the end to like get around, you know, hate filter technology type of stuff, but it's just like, holy shit, people are actively trying to like make people hate Jews, you know, in the propaganda they're putting out, and it's like, holy shit, like this is extremely toxic. It's sick. It's sick. It's a double standard.
It seems to, John, a double? No,
Triple standard? Quadruple standard?
Kill the Jews. Standard. You know, I'm sorry. I'll back off this, but you're such a Jew. For some reason, I want you to convert.
I'm not going to. You know, I'm more than happy to cohabitate and study and participate and do everything. Just, you know, like maybe you know what? I'll know honestly. If I ever get married and have kids, that would be the impetus to do it, because right now I can study by myself. Yeah.
You should get married and have kids. Marry a Jewish woman.
I was planning on it.
You're more Jewish than many of the Jews I know.
Well, I was planning on getting married to a Jewish woman. Yeah, I know. That's did you see he just post? I saw him post something on X. Somebody did some swastika graffiti, and he said, you know, anti-Semitism.
I did see that.
Isn't he just a little? I mean, is that good? Is that just him playing it up? Hamming it up?
He is playing that game. There are many synagogues in Iran, you know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
He is one of those people that it's okay if you're a Jew as long as you're under my domination. If you have your own country, then we're going to kill you. Yeah. Because Israel must be destroyed for the Muslim vision to be fulfilled.
Well, you know what's interesting about his name, Zohran Mamdani, is Zohran is a pun or a play off of Zohar, and Mom and Dani, Imam is like your mother, and Dan is like the tribe of Dan. This guy is, there's no coincidence. I guess there's no coincidences. Like, it was this fucker's destiny, but at the same time, Hashem, performs wondrous miracles, and this is some type of setup. I think the name itself is indicative of some type of not divine intervention for positivity, but possibly for some greater outcome beyond him.
Well, I feel quite sure of it.
Yeah. I don't know. He's the new AOC. It's so interesting how they branded him with the Zoran, because that's the same branding from that stupid psychic vending machine game, from the movie Big with Tom Hanks, where he makes a wish. Like, it's very smart.
Yes.
It's very subconscious, and they made him as this nice mystical guy, this social justice warrior, the supreme moralist who's going to ride the train and the buses with we the people. He is one devilish man, and his wife does the little heart symbol, which is like evil backwards. They're all about symbolism and inversion. But, anyways, just observations.
Do you know this guy, Aleph? I believe he's Persian. He's like an ex-Muslim. Or Alpha, not Aleph, Alpha. Yes or no?
Yeah, you were talking with him today, right? I think I heard you talking to him in BB's room or something. Yeah.
Yeah. Were you anonymous in there?
No, I have a burner account in there. It's not anonymous. Some people know.
Infinite accounts.
I know. I don't want to listen to people talking anymore, but I still want to record them.
Some people know the burner?
Yeah, some people figured it out.
Well, if you want to tell me, I won't tell anybody, but if you don't, that's okay.
You can, I can tell. It's not like it really matters. This is such a stupid game. It's so stupid. It really doesn't matter. Because, if they kick me out or I get kicked out, like, I can always just, go do the anonymous thing for a second, but...
I ended up modding that room.
Yeah, I heard some of it. You know that loser Zero?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, I've heard him in... yesterday he was claiming he was a mafioso member, and then I've heard him in Amir's room going on and on and on and on and on with Wednesday, and they platformed him.
He's NOI.
What's that stand for?
Nation of Islam.
Oh, he is? Okay.
Oh, yeah. Oh, they hate us with a passion. Also, I believe he spends a lot of his time in Malaysia. He married a Malaysian girl, then he claimed to have 2 women. He hates us with a burning passion.
Yeah, he didn't let his Jew hate card fly in the open yesterday, but I've heard him go on and on and on. He's a total loser. Thus his name Zero.
I call him Zero Brain. He's got some. He's also like he believes that the blacks are the real Jews, and the Red Sea isn't the Red Sea, and Jerusalem isn't Jerusalem, and it's all about the blacks. I mean, he's a totally. He was in the military, and he always likes to report about like vivid images of
death.
IDF guys getting. Yeah. You heard that?
Yeah, I've heard.
He takes a grisly delight in it.
Yeah,
not them, and they.
Yeah, I've heard him making really nasty comments and sick shit. I think I heard him talking about, the piano fell from some balcony and crushed some, like, just sick, just, couldn't even, what kind of person sits there, like, in an afternoon and just delights in, people dying and fighting and just gloating in it, and I don't know. I don't know what it is. Why people? I mean, I know why. They got nothing else to attack. That's their, no Jews, no news. It's just their low hanging fruit because they themselves are low hanging individuals.
It's remarkable. I mean, this Mamdani was a Jew hater from the get-go. Long before he got his start doing BDS. That's how his political career begins.
You're talking about Mamdani? Oh, boycott the
Yes,
vestment?
I switched over to Mamdani.
Oh, okay. BDS, yeah. I mean, I didn't know. I've seen so many clips of his surface. I think he's like our Zelensky. He's our Zelensky. And
What do you mean?
Meaning that he's a dancer, he's an actor, he's a singer. Now he's the leader of, a nation in a way. Not a nation, but I mean, a city-state. And just like here in Chicago, we have the most ignorant mayor ever imaginable who just stares dumb-faced into the abyss. And everything is white structural racism. Everything is just, it's crazy.
Are they really still trying to sell that baloney?
Yeah, every time he gets cornered, he just lashes out at white people. That's the root cause of all evil.
Does it work?
It's all he has to say because he doesn't have anything intelligent to discuss, and it's pathetic. But you know what the game is? It's giving out construction contracts to black-owned businesses, and then they subcontract it out. Same thing with all these contracting scams that James O'Keefe just exposed, where they apply for female Service Connect disabled veteran-owned businesses, and then they just recontract it out because they don't actually do anything. They just bid for the contracts, get the contract because of their status, and then they subcontract it out. And it's so that's the same thing that the mayor's doing. How does the primary contractor make money?
Yeah, they have to mark it up, so that means that everybody has to charge more money.
I think they just get a percentage from relaying the contract, percentage of the net. I don't think they mark it up per se because they can't necessarily mark up their lowest bid. But that's what I'm saying is the mayor here in Chicago is doing. He doesn't hire white people. His whole staff is black. He fired everybody left or was fired who was white. Everybody is black in the mayoral office. The whole city is just, DEI. DEI. Did you see Mamdani? His transition team is all women. So he's a sexist. He's a bigot and a sexist.
What could possibly go wrong?
Exactly. That's why you were like, well, I guess we're gonna enjoy the picnic. There's a lot of patriots that work in the New York City government. They're gonna stand up to him. But boy, fucking Curtis Silwa and Cuomo. Holy fuck. They had enough
Sliwa.
together.
Sliwa.
Is it Silwa or Sliwa?
No, it's Sliwa.
Did you ever meet him?
I know him from the very first time he appeared on the scene. Yeah. I went to his house.
When you were young? When he just started doing the Red Beret shit? The Angels? The Guardian Angels?
What the hell does that mean when I was young? I'm still young, man.
I know you're young. I'm saying that when he started out, what was that, in the 70s?
Like 1981.
Oh, okay.
So, yes.
Did you like his, did he have a nice disposition, or what was he like?
Okay. I could not believe that there wasn't something else going on. I thought he was going to be some kind of a Nazi or something.
Mm-hmm.
And it turns out there was nothing else going on. He's crazy. He's really who he said he is.
Yeah.
He's a guy who got a lot of other guys to ride the subways with him to keep people safe. Unarmed. He took like a lot of wayward youth and he would take them around on the subway and they sort of say they were protecting people, which they kind of were.
Yeah.
But I thought they would be brown shirts or something. No, he's just an unusual guy. He's been a talk show host forever,
Mm.
at least 20 years. So, and
like,
he speaks well. He's got a good command of the YouTube. I think the stuff he said made total sense.
yeah, I know. I was supporting him for months now, retweeting, commenting, posting, and trying to do whatever, social media clicks I can give him. But it's just overwhelming, the algorithm and Zuckerberg, and Sundar Pichai. Everything is weighted towards the liberal socialist, and it's fixed in many ways. Like the herd psychology is definitely fixed by the algorithm, and yeah, just looking at those numbers, it's like, man, Cuomo couldn't take the loss and give it up to Curtis, or Curtis couldn't give it up to. They couldn't come together because they both could have, if man, before the early election started, early voting started, Curtis or Cuomo needed to form a union and overcome Mamdani, but their egos, I guess, or their strategy did not inform them well enough. I don't know. He's young. His wife is with him. I mean, maybe it won't be as bad as people think. What can he really do? What can he really do? I mean, he's freezing rents, I guess, on rent-controlled apartments, which are already rent-controlled. Wants to give you the free rent stabilized. You meaning that it's a percentage increase annually, or it's no increase?
Completely different animal. New York is ridiculous. It's very weird and complicated.
Yeah, I had a friend who.
Anyway, I don't mean to be correcting, but rent control is a separate thing. This is rent stabilized.
Uh-huh.
So every year or two, there's a rent increase. And they vote about it in Albany, so he wants to keep that at a minimum. There's something called the Rent Control Board.
Mm.
And he can't dictate the Rent Control Board immediately, but as their terms expire, he can
nominate,
appoint the members. Yeah, I think he can appoint them.
Yeah.
So if one asks, maybe he could make free buses, so they'll become like places for the homeless to live.
Well, the trains here in Chicago already are.
Are they? They are to some extent in New York. Sometimes it gets better.
The winter is crazy. You go to work at 8 in the morning and all the seats are taken, people sleeping, and they smell like shit. There's bed bugs everywhere.
Right.
People are smoking cigarettes. Never a police officer to be seen.
Wow.
In the past 12 months, there were 15,000 complaints of smoking on the trains.
Well, I'm not a big fan of smoking, but I'm more worried about everything else.
Yeah, mass shootings on the trains, mass murders on the trains. I mean, you remember the person who got lit on fire. I don't know. They have to start enforcing. What is it called? Loitering. I mean, there's people living at bus stops here in tents. Just they take the whole bus stop over. They live there. It's like they can't get enough federal agents into these cities to clean them up.
They can't get what?
They can't get enough ICE or Border Patrol agents into Chicago, into Seattle, into New York City. I mean, it's the federal government waging war against these sanctuary city-states that don't enforce. And there's just so many liberal Democrat lawyers, it's unbelievable. They control the whole thing. They got the chief Border Patrol agent here in Chicago reporting daily to a female federal Democrat judge. telling him that he also has to have his security camera on at all times, and he's to report any incidents. Full disclosure, everything. Yeah. Yep. She's trying to waste his time. I can see how fascism can very easily, all of a sudden appear. Out of the thin blue air, where you're just like, whoa, now we're living in fascism. But is this really fascism, or is what is happening the fascism? Is the liberalism the fascism? Because people are dying. I mean,
not wrong.
there was this Jewish girl here in Chicago studying, uh, studying something like one of those weird majors or something. Anyways, Jewish girl, Israeli, I think she was Israeli, murdered by some homeless guy, popped out of a bush, sliced her throat. And she was literally studying like homeless, criminal recidivism and things like that as her graduate degree or something. Just countless numbers of stories like that of liberals being murdered by homeless, homicidal individuals, generally of one race, unfortunately. If you even believe in race.
Okay. Now I'm going to read something from Tanya. All right? From the book that you made me buy twice.
Oh, you bought it twice?
And now I looked. Yeah, because I couldn't find my first copy.
Oh, it's a great book. I call that the Tao Te Ching for Jews. It deals with, it's basically Taoistic. It deals with duality and opposites, pairing of opposites. It's just so smart. I gave it to my dentist, and next time I went in, he's like, John, thank you for bringing me that book. I read it with my wife. We really enjoyed it.
That's pretty nice. That's a good guy.
Yeah, he's a very good dentist.
That's pretty nice thing.
Super successful Jewish dentist.
I have to go tomorrow.
You doing a cleaning?
I've been digging on my dentist too. No, dude, I'm going deep. I got some real stuff to do in there.
You doing a root canal?
In the mouth. Actually, I'm fixing one that went bad.
Well,
sometimes they go bad. So, you don't want to hear about that. But teeth. Tanya, the masterpiece of Pacific wisdom, Psalm 90. Oh my God! All right, I just opened it at random, right? 82. Just random. The way of awe through Torah is not for everyone. Nor is the way of the Sitra Akra, the other side of God that denied your connection with God. Okay, that one's baffling me right there. Hang on, I gotta put a post-it note on this page. And what I'm realizing now is that this is the one that I lost, so I bought a new one because the other one already has post-its on the pages that you and I are talking about. So hopefully I won't lose it. If I do lose it, then I'll have, 3 copies. That won't be such a bad thing.
Well, give one of them to your son, or give one to a friend or something. Pass it around and, tell people to join the book club, because all these Orthodox Jews, they don't even read it, and a lot of them are depressed. If they read this, it really helps with intelligence and overcoming depression.
The Chabadniks read it, because it's Chabad. And I was going to a class on this app, which switched to Instagram, by Rabbi Ronnie Fine. You know this guy? I was going every day.
Yeah, I watch him on YouTube. I used to. He doesn't show up anymore for me, but I can find him again.
And I understood very little. Plus, my rabbi studied it on Shabbos morning. The heart conditioned by the isolation of the Sitra Akra, the other side of God that denies your connection with God, is encased in Klipa Noga, the glistening shell of selfishness. Such a heart is hard, yet also brittle. It loves what it loves for its own ends, and because it loves this way, it often causes needless suffering that ultimately destroys what it loves. When love is lost, there is heartbreak, a moment of sadness so sharp as to crack the shell of selfishness. This is the exact discussion I had with Mark Ruffalo, by the way. That's a real name drop, and that's the absolute truth. When the shell is cracked, you experience the suffering of others, and because you experience the suffering of others, you connect with them. This connection is the voice of joy and gladness. As even a moment of great sadness can be a moment of greater transformation. For in that sadness, the self recognizes its interconnection with the other in this way, with the other, period, sorry. In this moment, in this sadness, the self recognizes its interconnection with the other. It's just, sharing a sadness connects you to the other person. In this way, God realization, the Atevakut, is the secret prophet in even the most terrible suffering. That seems to be the end, and on the other side, the prophet of sadness attunes you to the suffering of others, and being so attuned breaks your heart, allowing the light of God to pierce the iron ball of isolated self. The Most High abides in secrecy. All right, and with this I'm going to go, and I thank you again for turning me on to this.
Oh, Norma, I'll text you this event for Mark Rice.
Okay, which event again?
It's Mark Rice. He's running for Congress. It's a dinner. I'm sure you don't want to fly to Chicago. Yeah, again. And he's got a very good chance this.
Wait a second. Did he just run, or is next year?
The primary is March 17th.
So he just ran, last November?
I think he ran a year ago, or 2 years ago when it was the last cycle.
He's just going to keep running.
Yeah, but the thing is, this time he's got credibility, and his opponent is, much weaker. He went against this Indian guy who had $20 million, very well connected. Everybody knows him. But this time he's running in a different district strategically. So his event is called Freedom Dinner with Mark. I'll text it to you. If you want to fly into Chicago, I'd be happy to pick you up at the airport if you want to go with me. And then we can do Chicago. But I don't know what your schedule's like or if you even want to go, but I'll text it to you if you want to think about it.
When is it?
It is November. What is it? November 20th, which is a Thursday at 6:30 p.m. It's it.
Thanksgiving?
November 20th. Let's see. Tomorrow's my birthday, by the way. Isn't tomorrow your birthday?
Don't tell anyone, but it was Monday.
Oh, happy birthday.
Happy birthday to you, too.
Thanks. Yeah, November 20th is Thursday. Thanksgiving is the next Thursday, 27th. Think about it. Look at the event. Message Mark. See, and if you maybe, I know you're a filmmaker.
I'm going to be in England.
Oh wow. Okay.
Oh, I might be in Switzerland. I'm going to England, then I'll be in Switzerland.
If you go to Switzerland, try to meet up with that girl Issa.
Oh, I already have female companionship.
Oh, I see.
In this trip, I'll be with a girl.
Oh well, have fun and safe travels then.
Thank you.
Okay, have a good night, and I will talk to you soon.
Good night. Good night. Who's Aiken Bora?
So, Aiken, where are you from? Iran? She likes listening to the stuff that I play. She's been here for like
a girl?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's a girl, yeah. Aiken, you want to say anything?
Girl, because she put a butterfly. Only girls do butterflies. All right, Aiken Bora.
That's Turkey.
Thank you for being a support. Oh, I was in Istanbul not long ago. I loved it. happiness and good health, and I'll see you again soon. Salam alaikum. You know, I was in Turkey, and I don't speak a blessed word of Turkish, and it's not like they all speak English. No, some do. So I only learned one word. It was so bad that I couldn't even tell the taxi driver, like, where to go. I couldn't even tell him that. So I was using Google Translate, and then we went back to the hotel, so the hotel could tell him where I wanted to go. And, I should show you the tape. So I'm playing, so he had a sound system, they hooked it up to my phone, and I'm playing James Brown, like, in full volume. I sat in the front of the cab, and we're just, like, grooving, even though we couldn't understand each other. I took the video. And I only learned one word of Turkish, and that was mashallah. But I did use it well, but that's the only word I know. And of course, salam alaikum, which is Arabic. Both of them are Arabic. All right, take care. It's good to hang out. Bye.
Okay, talk to you soon. Bye.
When he mentioned LBJ and he said he's gonna have these N-words voting Democrat for the next like 50 or 100 years, you really gotta ask yourself, why the fuck did he say that with so much confidence? What agendas or what social systems did they have in place? Because we've seen it, like, since he said it. Just add the years up since he said it and ask yourself, why the fuck was he right about that?
Because they built it, and it's just scare tactics.
Well, no. In actuality, it's because the people that fought for the civil rights.
Oh, why would I say that? Because they all voted for Mondamni. I mean, like, it's fucking wild. Wild that you would go against your own fucking interest.
The people have spoken.
I know. That's crazy. Ali, you should explain how vile Islam is and how much it loves black people.
Yeah, so...
It loves black people.
Yes,
the left shoulder.
Yeah,
I have a reasonable...
Didn't they just kill like thousands of
Hey,
Oh my God. Oh my God, why are you yelling?
Because we care.
Yeah, is that okay? So anyway, it's the point that I'm trying to make, and is number one, Islam is not just only in a spiritual kind of exercise or path. It's a political one. So the politics and the religion are mixed. It's just one thing. And that's kind of one thing to be said. And it's not in Christianity. And Christians talk about religious being going to the church, whatever the good Christians do. And but that's different, from Islam. That's kind of number one. The point that I think okay, if somebody wants to say something, they can go ahead, but I wanted to finish this thought. So the point is this. Now, we've got a mayor of New York being a Muslim, but we have examples of this happening actually in the U.S. and in European countries. For example, we have a mayor of Newborn, Michigan. He's a Muslim. And most of the council members are Muslim, and the majority of a lot of Muslims actually live in Dearborn, Michigan. So they are, gradually kind of bringing in some of the Islamic ideology into the structure of the government, for example, or the way that people live. But before I do that, let me just make the contrast. I said that Islam is a political and religious kind of ideology, but in our Constitution, in our Establishment Clause, the first line in the First Amendment says, Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof. It's a clear-cut separation of church and state, which is a good thing, at least in principle. This concept does not exist in Islam and Islamic countries. It's just not there. So by definition, you've got a sharp contrast in the ways of thinking. Let me go back to Dearborn, Michigan. For example, as some of you know, now there is a concept of the call to the prayer in the morning, 5 o'clock in the morning. The city council has passed the ordinance that a Muslim man can go on the top of the mosque, 5 o'clock in the morning, using the PA system, call to the prayer, a loud voice, and waking everyone up I'm just giving you just an example of this. And so we should kind of look at to see what is going on in the in the cities, both in Europe and in the US, that Muslims are becoming mayors and wanting to somehow bring in their religious into the way of life. That is not the way, at least in principle. That's how now we do things in US and Europe. I got distracted in here. So let me just land with this. This is what I call a soft invasion by Muslim communities from predominantly the Middle East, coming in, soft invasion of Europe and soft invasion in some of the American countries. Erdogan, the premier or prime minister, president of Turkey, is a pretty much a religious individual. He said this, and you can look it up, that we being the Muslim, we ride the train of democracy into the heart of the Europe. This is another form of invasion. So our culture in this country and in secular countries is different. It's not compatible with Islamic culture, and it just doesn't work. And we just have to see what's going to happen in New York. But I think my understanding is a very serious Muslim. His parents are very serious Muslims. He has a nice smile. He's a good talker. But buyers, beware. A good Samaritan may not be a good Samaritan.
So like the Christian continues to do a soft invasion.
Yo, hold up. Real quick, right? I mentioned this earlier, but like the universal pre-K, they did that in Oklahoma in like 1998. So like a lot of this shit that we talking about, and then when we automatically like just default to his religious beliefs, if they're like democratic socialists or whatever, there's already other states that have that. There's already other states, like when he said he's doing the 7.25% tax hike to 11.25%, bro, New Jersey is doing that. It's like, I mean, you know what, let me ask y'all this. What do y'all think is the most innovative
It's John. I was just calling to wish you sweet dreams. I didn't want to scare you by knocking on the door.
Oh, you're going out?
No, I'm gonna go to sleep in a little bit. Are you? How was the movie?
Oh, it was a good movie. Both women found the love of their lives, and both men were betrothed to somebody else. Their hearts were broken, and in the end, the Margaret, the younger one, some man really loved her, and he rescued her twice, and she married him.
Nice.
It was good. Oh, so what time is So I'll be talking to Sandy in the morning. I'm surprised I didn't hear from her tonight. Shall we go to Skokie? I'll find out what time she'll be around,
Mm-hmm.
what time approximately she wants me to come, and then we go and you do your emissions control and drop me off.
Yeah, that works.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Then I'll let you know in the morning what's happening.
Okay, see you in the morning for coffee. Sweet dreams.
Okay. Thanks, John.
Okay, see you in the morning. Good night, bye.
Ali Allahi Pakistanis from Punjab or?
Yeah, no, I think you should marry a Lebanese person. Preferably a woman. One that's transitioned to Muslim.
Yeah, no, but I mean, like, haven't you heard the joke? The best looking Arab men are Palestinian men, and the best looking Arab women are Lebanese men.
Yeah. John, I have a question. How quick is it?
That's
What else could we want
your question?
No, John, I have a genuine question. Okay, it's a small room. I don't want to embarrass you, right?
Yeah, go ahead.
Why don't you go? Why don't you do whatever you're like trying to do? Why don't you do that on TikTok?
I have a TikTok account, but I should probably spend more time working on TikTok. I just
Yeah,
haven't.
because like you get, I don't know what your aim is ultimately. I guess it's to make everyone great again. But dude, just do that on TikTok. And by the way, like I don't, I'm only saying this because I think that the more conversations, the better. Ultimately, if you're making any good points, that's good for humanity. If you're making any bad points, you're more likely to quit.
Mhm.
Just on TikTok, Clubhouse is shit. Like we're just here because we're just like chilling out amongst friends. But if you actually want to achieve some weird thing,
Well, I am prolific on all platforms but TikTok. But I agree with you. You know, there's no right or wrong. It's just a question of overload. You know, I'm already on 3 major platforms, and to go, yeah,
you're including YouTube.
yeah, I have over 50,000 videos on YouTube.
Yeah, but how many subscribers?
Like 6,000 across all the accounts.
Yeah, but how many on YouTube?
Yeah, 6,000 on YouTube.
Just focus one.
It doesn't matter about the 6,000. He has one really loyal one that would fucking go to the the ends of the earth.
Sorry, I got another clubhouse room open. This is Southern.
Oh, fair enough. I don't know, like, I don't know, you're spreading yourself too thinly.
Thank you very much, John. Thanks
Just go to TikTok. I don't know what he's. I think he. Anyway, that guy who is your supporter, yeah, definitely make use of him.
Help him out with his mental
Well,
asylum bills.
he's a Yankee and I'm a Southerner. Like sometimes we argue.
They can't hear you now. They kicked me.
Shit, my bad. Was it me?
Maybe, but it doesn't matter. That convo was over.
Moot. It was moot.
Uncle Steve is such a loser. He hangs out in Talking Apes all day long.
Oh, dude, I've been in Talking Apes for like 14 hours today, dude.
Why does Uncle Steve sit in there with these fucking
Dude,
people?
Uncle Steve is a bitch boy.
Is he? He's gay, right?
Dude, like, do you need to go to like the replays in Talking Apes from the 3rd and go to like 7 hours and 28 minutes, and you'll listen to this too, like ST2, like TAST2, bro. He was talking about like pedophilic bullshit. And he was like, oh, I'm just trying to be weird about it. I'm like, bro, why are you trying to be weird talking about kids? He's talking about, well, if it's a 9-year-old and she's bleeding, she can get it. And I'm like, what the fuck? Like, dude, like Talking Apes has gone, like, left of center real fucking quick.
Well, it's stupid. It's just a bunch of screaming monkeys. That's all it is.
I'm just reporting the obvious. I'm not trying to be a snitch bitch, but like, you start talking about children, it really fucking starts to hurt my head, my heart.
Well, I wish I could have clipped them. But the thing is, you can't even like clip people and try to dox them because it's so fucking disgusting and illegal. It'll just like get the account deleted. So it's like, how the hell do you dox somebody when they're basically talking about a crime?
Dude, they reported to the fucking app that I was telling everybody I was gonna kill myself. And they clipped my last account. That's why, like, Sir Winter is gone. That's now why I'm fucking Southern man.
You would think that the app would have more suicide prevention, techniques other than just deleting your account, but surprisingly, I bet you just getting people off the app is like the best for mental health. They know this app causes mental health problems. Welcome, Mountain.
Yeah, what up, Mountain? I think Mountain's a friend of mine. You
Yeah,
didn't know, John.
yeah, he's legit.
Oh yeah. Well, I don't have many friends. Like, how many friends do I got? I got 26. You and Mountain are both friends.
Yeah,
And
was
so,
actually.
and so is. Oh, that's you again.
No, I was thinking about it, man. Like, honestly, I was thinking about it yesterday. Like, the only real ones on this app are like you and Doc, man. Like,
There's other real people on here, but everybody's real, dude. That's just like that just doesn't mean anything. That's like when people say, "Oh, you lived in Los Angeles? Isn't everybody there so fake?" And you're like, "No."
Yeah, I'll be like Beverly Hills Pawn Shop, and I'm gonna piss on your leg and tell you it's fucking raining. And you know what? You're gonna pay me, bitch.
what I'm talking about is I see your guys' vulnerability
Well,
on this
I
app.
mean,
I have my vulnerability. Well, I have my same thing on this app. And it's just like being real on this app is tough because if there is some real people like you said, John. But I just feel like
do you understand? Do you understand the idea that the more that you talk, the further away from the truth you get? Like, do you understand how to hold your breath and be like, take the deep breaths of the day and hold it for 10 seconds?
Yeah. Yeah, talking app though, so what else do you do?
And as you breathe out, say, I am a flower.
You know what's a good strategic game? This pool. You ever tried that shit? Like,
Dude, I'm smoking a joint. I don't even understand what the fuck you're talking about billiards about.
yeah, it seems easy because there's 14 balls, but it's very difficult.
There's 15.
Well, I mean, if you're counting the cue ball.
No, you have the cue ball, 15 balls, the 8 balls, and center ball.
I guess that's true.
Yeah, I don't know.
14
I
of
used
your
to
own
make a hell of a lot of money.
Did ya?
Dude, I dropped out of high school and played fucking billiards.
Can you imagine going back to high school and be like, "So, how did things turn out for you?" You're like, "Well, I dropped out of this fucking place to play billiards. How the fuck do you think things turned out, you son of a bitch?"
Yeah, and I ended up with, John, and then I ended up with 3 associate's degrees. So fuck everybody. My mom is like, why are you doing all these degrees? I'm like, she's like, you're a jack of all trades. And I was like, yeah, Mom, but I'm a master of myself. But she hated that because she wanted to say I was a jack of all trades and a master of none. And I used to tell her I was a master of myself. It pissed her off. I love that shit.
How's the campaign going there, John?
John went to
I'll be right back.
the election board. He had, I think it was 1,675 signatures with notarized signatures, and he had until November 5th to put it in, but he put it in, I think, on the 3rd, and, like, with him and his mom, and he was able to get his name put on the ballot for March, is what happened. As I understand it. may be wrong, but that's how I understand it, sir.
Yeah, that's it exactly. So, I know you said like you're pretty much done working for the winter, right, Mont? You might as well help me stump over here and create content on X.
I'd be willing to do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, me too, dude. I'll back you up in X. I've never really, I don't know how X works, so it's just like tell this. Me how it works. Bound.
Same
It's
shit.
just like this.
Same shit.
Same shit. Literally
Just,
the same shit.
but your profile has more. Like you can post content, pictures, videos. You can comment on Darren LaHood's account. 95% of all of his comments are you are a piece of shit.
You won against the incumbent.
LaHood. LaHood.
LaHood. Darren, dude, I love seeing your mom when you showed her. When you said she was gorgeous, now I understand, and I get why your dad thinks she's gorgeous too.
I'll tell her that. That'll flatter her. She loves flattery.
Well, you said you were gonna call me today, and like, she's gonna love me or hate me, kind of thing, and I was expecting it.
I asked her. She said, "No, I don't want to talk to anybody." Couldn't get her to budge.
Hey,
I tried three or four times. She would not budge.
Hey, give her a hug for me and tell her like, hey, Doc's mom's gone. I've known that motherfucker a long time. When his mom was dying, he said give you a hug because he can't do it to his own mom right now. Like, dude, give your mom a hug for me, bro. Like, seriously, I'm not even capping.
But Mountain and Doc, if you do want to do X account activity, you would just like create a room, at peak hours.
Mal would have to show me the ropes because honestly, I've never done Twitter or X. Like, I think I've had one account, but I don't know how the fuck it works. A little confusing at first, but it's not bad. Well, I met John on Instagram, and I still don't even remember how Instagram works.
I was live streaming and you were going through the lives.
Yeah. Well, you were doing Marcus Aurelius, and my mom was dying, and I was trying to meditate.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it was like kismet. I mean, honestly. I'm not trying to be like dykey or a gay guy or anything. I'm just saying it was meant to be because you're talking about like 4 years ago, my mom was dying and like you were helping me calm the fuck down because I was hyperventilating.
Exactly. I was doing that this morning. I was reading and I was like, I went from being in a bad mood to being in like a very good mood.
Damn, bro. Oh my God. I've been on that next month will be 4 years I've been on this app because of John.
4
it's
years.
Maybe my fourth profile, but I've been here for 4 fucking years.
Doc was around for the longest and I had a lot of man.
Oh, let me join the club, by the way.
You became a motherfucking super user. You are a motherfucking super user. Every time you lose it, you're like, I'm done with it. I'm done with it. And then you're like, oh, hey, this is my new account. I'm back.
Hey, motherfucker, don't. Hey, that's only. He only says that Mountain because I called him the other day on the back channel. And he's like, and I was telling him, like, bitch, I'm done with it.